Hello, 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 everybody. Welcome to the Creative Quarantine Springfield. This is day number 11, y'all. Day number 11. We are definitely one third of the way of this project. Things are really winding up well. Artists have gained the momentum. Got lots of great things happening. How's everybody doing out there? Thank you all for following us and keeping us up to speed on what's going on. We are trying some new things here and there. We've been trying to get over some of our technology humps, but we are making our way. So hopefully you all are catching on to what's getting ready to happen. I can say that I'm very, very happy with the way things have been going. Gaining great momentum. The artists are getting more engaged. The ones that were having problems are now getting into the groove. So, hey.
Hey,
what did I ask for?
We got folks hanging out with us today. Woo!
What's up, Miss Louise Cutler?
Hey, how's it going? Did you think I wasn't gonna be just like?
I'm not worried about you. Never worried about you. I don't worry about things. Period. I'm gonna go whether you here or not here.
I was doing the.
Oh, I saw you in the queue. I know I was covered, but I don't have to be handheld either.
Hey, everybody! They rocking in the house already.
Yeah, we got a nice little crowd of folks that's already tuning in. Hopefully, you got yourself a sketch pad or something out so you can, join us along the way. We're going to be giving people. I got a nice little gift that I'm going to start giving out. I'm going to see if we can start something new here. We have a hologram sticker of the Creative Quarantine Springfield logo. And so from time to time, we're going to ask some trivia questions. If you get the trivia questions right based on you watching the show the last 11 days, you'll receive something from us. So what you got for me, Louise? What you got?
Let me see what the hologram sticker looks like.
On the next break. Tell me what you got going on.
I guess I want to see it until the next break. People see, I don't even get you. What?
I just got them in the mail, baby. You can't be on everything now.
I should be.
You gotta use your third eye with me.
Okay, it's the third eye.
That's right.
There was something I did want to talk to you about.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I don't want to put anything up there. Just a hat. I don't want a third eye. Nothing. I wanted to, yesterday when you was going off on your rant and everything, just wanted to let you know that, when you are doing a show with women, we do like to engage in conversation.
No problem.
So that's...
You know exactly what I mean, so don't make this a female thing. And don't make this a protective thing, because I will straighten it out.
Listen here.
I ain't gonna listen. No, I ain't listening. You forget. This is not the Black Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. This is the Creative Quarantine.
I know that.
I'm curving it off.
No.
The co-founders of this project.
Let me finish. You are not letting me finish. You are not letting me finish, Mr. Larry Puncher Brown.
Don't make it a female thing now.
I'm not making it a female thing. All I am saying is, it's just like you said, we are adventuring into new places. And so there were some people that wanted to engage in getting to know each other. And for me, I have engaged with people here online, and I've gotten to know a lot more of them. And I like what we're doing lately with the whole, everybody's on together and there is some more engagement. And I do get the whole thing is this was all about creating art, because that's what the Creative Quarantine is all about. That's one of the things that you said. But all I was saying was the difference between male and female is that females do like to conversate.
Well, let me straighten this out for you. Now that I let you get that off your...
It wasn't a straighten out. I was just bringing
let me give you some history, because this is new to you too. Like I said, I have no problem with connectivity and engagement. That's not my issue here. My issue here is that communication is not first with this project. It is a byproduct of this project.
Right.
And so my thing is that, and my point was, This project is for creating and creativity, which is normally a silent act. The byproduct is when we start talking, engaging, exchanging ideas, exchanging professional stuff. That is a byproduct. And so
Right.
I am into byproduct, but I'm not into just meeting for the hell of meeting and talking for the hell of talking.
I know.
And this is, what day is this again, baby? Day 11.
Hold on. Yeah, day 11.
Day 11. We did talking last week. Everybody gave their concept of what they were thinking, what moves them, what makes them create. And I heard it. I heard it all. I watched it. I was here.
Well, that was the kind of talking they were talking about. They wanted to engage with each other.
No. What I'm saying is that there's all types of levels of connectivity and communication.
Right.
Again, we're in the original quarantine. Let me tell you behaviors in the past. I've had upwards of 10 artists up to this quarantine, in a real quarantine where we were in one space. Typically what happens is artists get into their little space, they set it up, they put their stuff, because remember, they had to come in with whatever they had. It's not like you had the comfort of home.
Right.
You could just pull out what you want. And so they had to kind of make do with what was there, what supplies were there, everything. Okay. In week 1, week 2, most folks are in their little cubicle doing their little thing. They might look up, but they engage in their work. So that's connective spirit is the biggest part of the creative quarantine. It's not the chit-chatting in between. The chit-chatting in between for me is great. That's the human connection. That's the hey, what do you think about this? What do you think about that? And so I want you to understand where my position is. My position is not so much about us communicating to connect, because unfortunately in this environment, we have to do everything we can do to connect even more, because what's happening is that we're all divided, different states, in our studios. We are in a pandemic, for all intents and purposes. So I'm not going to disagree with you, but the biggest issue is, see, you got to look at the personalities too. We got 12 of them on here, and there's some people that have not made an issue of connecting.
Oh, right.
So some people need to be handheld. Some people need to have a voice. Some people need to have a platform. But the creative quarantine is not about all that ego stuff. It's about taking your pencil, pen, whatever tool you use, putting your head down and creating. And if some healthy conversation comes about in the process, fantastic. So don't make it a woman thing.
Oh, no, that's not what I'm,
I got you, but you got to understand. Make it an artist thing.
Right. And that's what I'm saying. It is. And it is. It's an artist thing. The woman thing is just the fact that I'm a woman. But what I'm saying is. But what I'm saying is I totally understand, because one of the things that I share with people is I feel so connected with everybody. And because we're just right here. So I don't necessarily need the extra connection.
That's my point. And then you know what else is happening, Louise, that I didn't expect? We are virtual, but we still are forming that connectivity just by being on the screen, talking to one another. Like, people don't know that you and I have not met. We have never met. I got a call from this woman a year ago, and it wasn't even a year ago.
No, it wasn't.
So the talk about connectivity, communication. See, that's it's somewhat
right. It's not something you have to do. But one of the things that I did suggest, I was like, well, one thing that you guys could do is just start by sending friend requests to each other. You know, it's like it's something that each individual artist has to do.
I got you, but there's other things too. You know, we got all kinds of personalities in this group. Some people are used to public speaking, some people aren't, some are shy, some are not. But you know what's happening now is that artists are taking it upon themselves to enter the queue.
Right. And that's why I like that. I like that more and more artists are starting to come into the queue. And I
got to connect this to my statement, though. Coming into the queue is your action towards connectivity. Right. If you want to sit home and wait for a phone call, if you want to try to structure a Zoom call so we can all connect, that's fine. You're going to find, and I'm not calling names,
right,
that when this thing is happening, there's always one or two people that are going to be demanding that attention. And when you start looking at
originally I thought our Zoom call was just so I thought we were going to get just so that we can iron out stuff, not for this conversation connection.
I got you, but that's another reason that I'm bringing this point up, because if we're doing it for operations, that's one thing. We've done pretty good, and the artists have done fairly well. I'm not going to try to paint a picture like we got a lot of drama going on in this situation, because we don't.
No, we don't. We don't.
The artists have been flowing. They've been meeting. I got more content today than I've gotten all along. They're adjusting their technology. There's a lot of real issues that disrupt the connectivity and disrupt communication. So my thing is that first thing you got to do is you got to send some content. The second thing you got to do is you got to get off the phone, get on the phone. You got phone, you got text, you got FaceTime, you got the queue. You got 1,000 ways to connect if you really
and that's if connect. You really wanted to. And that's one of the things that I said, and I did. For some reason, your email keep bouncing back, but I did add that to the email the other day. It's like, and my thing is up to us to connect. It's up to us to, it's just like that day when everybody was like, oh, I got a phone call from LaShawn. I was like, what? I got a phone call from LaShawn too. So it's up to the individual, really.
And while you stood in the soapbox of women wanting to connect, that was a male that instituted reaching out to pick up the phone to call every person.
Exactly.
I think that's an individual responsibility. I think the artists, we're like we're like a little family anyway. So we have a different way of communicating than other people do. But we got to be real specific when we use the word communication, because some people try to hide behind communication.
Yeah.
And it ain't nothing about communication.
Ooh, Randy showed up. I know a lot of it is just.
So me, I'm going to absorb it all, because we got 12 people in different kinds of personalities.
I know you mama daddy.
But the other part of this too is that the other day we had this little conversation, me, you, and Catherine. And Catherine started off with, hey, Poncho said we have to be, we have to experiment. And you said, yeah. That was Poncho said that. No, let's get it straight. Charles Bibbs, I'm going to correct that on the air since y'all wanted to joke about it. Because one of y'all was joking and one of y'all wasn't. If you know what I mean. Charles Bibbs and I had a specific thing in mind creatively when this project was put together. And we're not going to let a couple folks that want to hug change the direction of what the quarantine is supposed to be. And so we're going to leave that subject alone. We touched it. But make sure you don't make it a woman thing. Don't make it a woman thing now. Because I will tell you.
A woman thing. I'm sorry.
I know it's always a woman thing, but guess what? The people that's kicking behind in this project right now are all women.
Hey,
and they're not playing. When some people need to be handheld, some people don't. I'm gonna call it like it is.
You know what? You got all these women on there. So there you go.
That's because I'm an equitable person. Every time I've done a quarantine, we've had
actually, I don't know. Karen's kicking butt for all of us.
What I'm saying to you is, while you're leaning towards the ones that are whining, you're not leaning towards the folks that's not using any of this as an excuse to produce.
Well, I don't think of them as whiners. I don't think of them as whiners, though. I don't.
You know what? That's my term. If you want to hold me to that, I call it what it is. It's whining, because we hand selected the people to be involved with this project. We could have had a whole lot of other people involved with this project.
Hold on. Look. What? Well, look at this.
Well, that's your sister, so she's supposed to say that. But we setting the record straight on this thing here. I think these issues are important, so I'm glad you pulled that out. I'm glad we're able to delve into it. Sometimes people are watching things and don't know how things develop.
Right.
But it is going, lady. It is going. This is part of it. I don't know what you came to see, but it is part of it. This is the important part of the inner.
We ironing out things on
exactly.
That's what it is. Live TV show.
It's the difference being on the other side of the fence and you being a voyeur than being in the trenches with the 12 people that's trying to make this thing work. So
that's right.
That's what's up. All right, we got Lorraine in the house.
Lorraine's in the house.
We're gonna let Lorraine in so she can groove. Miss Buster, you missed a whole bunch. You must have tuned in late. You must have tuned in late, and you must have missed the show yesterday. But thank you for joining us. It's a lot of the next ones. Yeah, Dion Pollard, I think you'd be a great candidate for the next quarantine.
Yes.
But right now, we're going to turn the floor over, let our lady into the
Miss
studio.
Lorraine. Hey,
Hi,
Lorraine.
How you doing, Lorraine?
I'm trying to get better.
You look like you are bright and cheery.
Well, we're glad to have you today.
Thank you. Yeah, it's good to be here.
So I know you've been in the background watching what's been happening.
I really don't have a clue what's going on. Okay.
Oh.
And sometimes that's a good thing.
That's what
I
Lorraine.
think so. I stay away from it. I don't want to deal. I don't have time to deal with stuff. So
Well, unfortunately, we got to deal with stuff because there's a whole lot of
We've
moving.
been on the whole time. And
I don't have to deal with stuff. All I have to do is paint. That's what I'm here to do.
Thank you, Lorraine. Thank you. And that was an elder speaking and a woman who has finally encapsulated this last 25 minutes into one sentence.
Okay, all right. So there you go, Lorraine. Lorraine comes to speak wisdom.
Well, Lorraine, we don't know what's happening. I know you've been not feeling well, so we're gonna leave it up to you. You can just give us a verbal update on what's happening. Tell us how you're feeling, some of your thoughts. If you want to do something, you can. Bring us up to speed on Lorraine.
What I'm going to do is show you some of the things that I've been working on. Because yes, I've been sick, but I've been working. I've done I think it's 12 pieces.
Oh, wow!
I really have hard to do one painting a day.
Very, very good.
So, my goal is to have 30 paintings done by the end of the month.
Oh, nice.
That's a fantastic goal.
Well, this is a fantastic opportunity.
I love that, Lorraine.
You know what, Lorraine? I'm loving you more and more today.
That's because she's bringing up the women's section.
Well, yeah, but you jump in the fence on the subjects too. You can't paint everything with one brush because look. I mean, point the right way. She just encapsulated everything I just said in the last 25 minutes.
I know, but she also is bringing up the women's.
I'm here to work.
She's bringing up.
The women are already doing fantastic. They don't need no hype. The women are kicking butt.
All right, Lorraine, I'm just looking
now,
forward to seeing what you do.
We're in a world now where we got to stop dividing this stuff up too.
All right, so I'm going to turn this now so that it can face the painting that I'm not completely finished with it, but practically.
Nice.
Oh, nice.
Can you see it?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I was always concerned about, whether or not things were really coming through and you could really see what I've done. But what this is this was a setup. These are flowers I bought this summer, and I did a photo shoot in my kitchen. I did a photo shoot in my kitchen so that I could keep it for later, and I keep them all on my computer. So this is the 20 by... I think it's 18 by 20. Sorry, that I painted today. And what I did is I painted with the brush mostly, but then for the flowers, I use a palette knife just to give me dimension here and some bright colors and bright looking pieces. So I still haven't done the background up there. I'm not sure what I want to do. It's one of those kind of things where you really need time to look at it and think about it to determine, where you really want to go with it.
How is the drying time coming up?
Well, the drying is working. I'm using here's what I have. You had given me something, but I had the liquid. And so I have a big bottle of it. And then what I do is I put it outside of my screen porch, but everything that I'm doing is drying.
Oh, good.
Okay, so I'm just going to talk about some of the things that I'm going to do, but I was going to do a painting today, but I'm not sure. One of the things that I'm really working on is, and I've been thinking about this, Jacob Lawrence is one of my favorite artists, and he did the whole series on migration. I don't know if you can see this or you can't. Yes. So what I decided to do is to do 2 pieces based on migration. And this one is, I don't know if you can see it. But yeah, this is the old South. So it's just a woman holding cotton. And this is through migration through the eye, reverse migration through the eyes of a woman. And when I say that, my parents both came from the South and ended up in Massachusetts. My father was from North Carolina, mother's from Alabama. But they came here for better jobs, to make money, for a better life. But now what's happened, I don't know if you can see this. This is a sketch that I've done because I've got to do the painting. But this is the new South, and it's women who are successful, women who are well-educated, women who are really making a difference in the world. And a lot of them are moving to the South and have been for a number of years. So that's like a little series that I want to do. And that'll be, in the next few weeks. The other thing, I don't know if you can see this. This is my best friend lives in San Diego. And this is from her bedroom window. It's a sunset. And she sends me photographs like this every day, of walks that they do, of sunsets. So I thought I would paint this on this black background. I did 2 of them over the weekend that were really small. Can you see that? It's an abstract, but it's a version of that sunset. And this is another version of that too.
Oh, okay.
So I thought I would do one in a 12 by 12 during the broadcast. So I'm going to get started.
Okay, wonderful. Make sure you start sending us some of those pictures, Rosemary. I mean, Lorraine. I'm calling now. I'm
Are you calling Rosemary?
I'm all in the Rosemary mode.
So how do I send them? Do I just email them to you?
Yeah, you just email them to Poncho's email address.
Okay. I'll start doing that tomorrow. All right, so what I'm doing is I'm using a big brush. This is a number 16 brush. And I'm just painting this beautiful red sky. And I have blue on my palette. So I have the blue, I have the red, and I have yellow. So this is an abstract, as you can see. But it's kind of fun to just play around with things that I've never done before. And this is one of them.
And Lorraine, you can actually lower your canvas. You can lower your camera down a little bit so you can get a little bit more of your canvas in. We got the top of your easel.
Oh, I think it's down as low as it can go.
No, I'm talking about your camera. Can you lower your camera?
Maybe I can do this. Does that work?
Man, that's it. That's it. You got it.
I got to find a book to put it on. Yeah, that's the kind of feedback that I need from you. Is that any better?
Right there is good.
Okay. So.
The light is actually better too.
Oh, good. That's the kind of feedback I think I don't know if anyone else needs it, but I do, because I really don't know how it's really coming across. This is going to be my baseline where I'm gonna add, the little trees and things like that down the road. Yeah. Oh. This kind of thing doesn't really take a lot of energy necessarily, but but I'm liking the way it looks, and I'm liking the movement in it. I think I'm finished. You know what I do is I do a certain amount on the camera, and then yeah, it looks really good. And then and then I touch it up later. So I think I'm done.
Well, that was a quick demo. I'm going to buy me a big old brush.
I know. We're definitely gonna give her the one for simplicity.
Thank you. Yes, I believe in that. No, I do this thing where it's called Daily Painters. Have you ever heard of that?
Mhm.
Yes.
Where you paint one painting a day and you
Mhm.
spend an hour doing it. It's usually a 6x6. So I'm really pretty fast with this stuff. And I don't overdo it and I keep it simple.
Mhm.
Fantastic. Well, I want to get some of those pictures of yours so we can show them on the screen to folks.
Oh, good. I'll start.
I'm glad you're getting stronger.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Good to see you. It's good to have you on the show today.
Thank you very much. Okay, we'll see you tomorrow.
You take care now.
All righty.
All right, Lorraine.
All right.
Yes, yes, yes. I surprised you there, didn't I? Yeah, you thought you was going to see somebody else's stuff. Just letting y'all know we are in week 2, so artists are beginning to turn in their first few creations. And those were the creations of Miss Louise Cutler. She is in the house doing her thing.
Doing my thing.
That's right. So what you got for us today?
Well, I'm going to work on a few things today. I'm not quite set up right now, but I'll get set up. Didn't want to hog all of the spaces again.
Well, you know, I gotta do a little better with that myself. So
it's like, well, you know, it's like we don't know who's coming in, so we try to make sure we got it all covered. That's all.
Well, you know, ain't nothing wrong with that. Nothing like being ahead of the game, but you know, we're trying to also try to keep things moving as smoothly as we can.
Exactly.
It's sometimes cumbersome trying to make sure we got enough content to spread over, but we are doing a good job learning how to.
I think so. I think we're handling it pretty well. So, Mr. It was good to see Lorraine though in her work. Her work is really nice. I like it.
Yeah, I can't wait to get some of her pieces in, so everybody can see the work. So I got a little piece I'm going to share with you right now. You know how we do.
I know how you do, and while you do, I'll get set up.
Hey everyone, it is day 9 of the quarantine, and I am working on some of my collaboration pieces right here on chargers. So let's get to it. So far, the quarantine has been going quite well. I've knocked out quite a few pieces that I'm doing my collaborations with. That is what I concentrated on for the first week. So I am pleased with that progress. I want to get these all done and get them in the mail to the various artists. So that they can work their magic on them. Hey, those are coming along pretty good.
Okay, so now I'm just adding a background color so that the other artists will have something to play off of. there it is. Okay, until next time, take care.
What is Louise doing over there? She's getting ready to. Oh, she's got another piece started there. Louise is trying to work it out. Meanwhile, y'all, we got some artists that turned in some work today, so we want to show you this quick little video. Yes, the work is being turned in, y'all, as we speak. Deborah Shedrick just uploaded a couple of pieces, so things are moving right along. You know, I got the funniest, Louise. I got the funniest cartoon. You probably got it in the mail too from Karen Clark. But it was so pertinent to the creative quarantine. But you know, I went in and played with it a little bit. So this is what I did with it, Louise. Your sound is not on, darling. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to show you the next presentation up.
All right, there we go.
What, you change clothes or something, or you would layer it up?
No, yeah, because I literally had just gotten out of my car and ran upstairs.
Okay. Well, we got a presentation here from Sheba Maya. I'm going to go ahead and play that.
Let's see that. Let's see it.
Greetings, friends. So it's day 10, and I've been away for about a week. Been away, and the short of it is that I wasn't feeling well. I needed to rest a bit. I have a bad habit of having a very ambitious to-do list, and I did it. So in the midst of getting back into the swing of things, my iPad also crashed, which is heartbreaking, seriously upsetting. But I still wanted to continue to make work, do my best to record and share with everyone and participate in the residency. So I'm doing my best. To share with you. And so what was I working on and thinking about over the last few days? The main thought that kept coming back into my mind is this idea of inspiration. Like, I'm highly inspired right now, and the idea of inspiration just keeps popping up. And then I started to kind of pick it apart, define it for myself, and really try to understand my own process with inspiration, because I think my own process with it is really intuitive at this point. And I don't second nature, I don't really think about it. But if I had to articulate it, how would I? And why was I thinking about this? So many different reasons. The two main reasons that come to mind at the moment are that I get asked these two questions. How do I get my ideas? And how did I find my voice? How does one find their voices and ideas as an inspiring artist? how do you develop your own style? And I think understanding how to seek inspiration and know what to do with it and then apply it is how I developed my voice. Is how I am able to generate ideas and see them out. And so I'm hoping that if I can better define and express what those things are, that maybe get some insight into the artwork that I'm sharing with you. 'Cause I think that I also have a habit of letting the artwork do a lot of the talking for me. And I wait for people to ask questions before I start explaining things. So now I think I want to do more sharing what my thought process was and how I got from A to Z on a lot of my projects. So what I'm working on now, for example, are some collage work pieces. Some are digital, some are traditional, and some are a mix of the two. So today I'm going to share with you a project that I worked on over the last week. Well, I was at least able to start it. This is as far as I got until my iPad crashed. But I think it's an interesting journey on how I got to the idea of it and how it came about. So, here we go. So, one of the thoughts that I had was, first, where do I seek inspiration? And there's a lot of answers to that question. But one place that I look for inspiration is within my own work. I look at old work and, kind of revisit it and look at my approach, things that I like about it, kind of get reacquainted with it. Sometimes I'm surprised at the things that I've done. I forget that I've done things. And sometimes there are things about pieces that I remember, if I could do this differently, this is how I would do it. So there's a lot that I can learn from my own work. Even if it's not my best work, there's stuff in there that I can find inspiration from. So how does that apply to what's going on today? So this project that I'm doing now is seriously driven by inspiration from myself. And what that means for me is that I'm looking at past work in order to get ideas for new work. And in this case, I was looking for an approach to a new piece. So last week, I had shared a piece, an illustration that I did that was based on a collage that I had. And I started working on that, and I loved the results. And I wanted to try that again, but maybe a little bit differently. But I was kind of stuck on how I wanted to do that. Like, how am I gonna, and it's the same concept. How do I flip it a little bit? How do I stretch it? So, I decided to look at old collages that I had done. And instead of looking through my traditional collages, I went back and I looked at my digital work. And what I discovered was, I forgot. I did a lot of stuff with texture, with patterns, creating my own textures and patterns in order to create the same kind of concept digitally that I was doing traditionally on these color studies with rectangles and squares. So I went through my library of all of these textures and patterns that I created myself digitally using, I believe it was Adobe Capture, an app for iPad. And I became interested in this because when I was making my traditional collages, I kept thinking, it would be great if I could make my own textures and my own patterns, because that's what I was mostly interested in when it came to making collage work. And I didn't want to use other people's photography. I didn't want to use other people's artwork anymore. I was really interested in just using stuff I solely created. So I looked into doing that myself digitally so that I could print it out and then cut it up and use it in traditional work. But what ended up happening was I experimented with it in a digital space. And from the patterns I made, I ended up creating textures and saving all of that stuff and then creating collages from the patterns and textures that I made. So I ended up, I think I counted at one point, I probably collected about 400 patterns and textures that I created from scratch, either from my own artwork or photographs that I found. And yeah, and then I started playing around with the collaging. And then some other ideas were born as I started applying things that I knew about Procreate, Photoshop, graphic design, illustration, drawing, painting, color theory, and collaging. All of that came together in a very exploratory, experimental way, and I started building all these different kinds of collages. So let's go through the process a little bit more in depth. Okay, so how did this illustration or collage/illustration come about? Well, it actually started with a picture of donuts. It started with a picture of donuts. Typically when, especially in the beginning, when I'm looking at collage, like I mentioned before, I'm looking at color, I'm looking at texture, I'm looking at patterns, and not so much imagery. That's not really the driving force, especially in the beginning. I wanted to create moods and color stories. And that was my challenge. I was, digging through all these photographs of other people's artwork and photographs and even advertisements. I felt, I want to take it so far away from the context of what it is that it doesn't feel like I'm stealing someone else's ideas and work. So again, that led me to making my own textures and patterns. But I needed a starting point. I needed a starting point for these textures and things. So what I was interested in as far as these donuts was concerned was the color. I loved the color of this picture. It was just so pretty. It's sweet like candy. It was very feminine, I thought, but also grounded by the brown, with some darkness and contrast. The light dark I really liked. The sprinkles too kind of gave it some fun. There's some texture in the fruit. There's just a lot of fun texture and activity going on here. And I thought, wow, I can really break this down and distill this into some really interesting textures and patterns. So the first thing I did was I went into the program, I went into Capture, and I created a ton of different patterns based on this photograph. This way I knew that the colors would agree. I knew that everything would coordinate. I was looking for things that were pink and blue and black, or brown. And so I then moved to taking these patterns and breaking them down even further and creating textures out of them. So now I further knew that these would all coordinate by color, and they would all, speak to each other energetically, I guess, because they were all born from each other. Everything was born from itself. So this is all offspring from this picture of these donuts. So from there, I started making blocks and cutting out shapes and placing things around, playing with symmetry, all kinds of things, and just seeing what I could come up with. So here's just some evolution of some things that I came up with as it kind of developed. Again, I don't know where things will land when it comes to collage. I just kind of play around and see what is speaking to each other. And if it starts to agree, then I leave it be. And if it's not fitting, then I move on. I move things around, I rotate, I flip things over, I slide things up, I really kind of try to find where it fits. And so, yeah, that's how this came about. And then I finally added one of my illustrations because I was also interested in combining drawings with collaging. So I took one of my drawings from, I think this is from 2018, from a series that I did of these portraits of women using different, like one color monochromatic kind of portraiture. And I thought the color matched and I stuck it in there. And I thought, wow, this looks great. I liked it. I thought it was pretty cool. And I got that idea from an earlier collage that I had done. One of the earliest digital collages that I did in this method, and I added a different portrait to that collage that coordinated with that, and so I wanted to try that again here. So yeah, that's how this came about. Lots of trying different things that I tried in different collages and applied it to this collage. Yeah, and there you have it. So here's another look at combining an illustration with a collage. And I guess this is more of a composite of sorts. And I think the collage aspect could be taken probably a little bit further. I took this drawing from my sketchbook, actually, and I adore it. It's got some flaws, but I always said to myself I would come back and really take this all the way. I never did. It's one of those things. But I did want to experiment with it in this space. So what I did was I made some textures or patterns rather from pictures of my cat, and I thought they were weird but still interesting. I didn't think I could use them as they were, but maybe I could go into Procreate or Photoshop and do some slick, Photoshop magic with blending modes and brushwork and see what I could come up with. And so that's what I see myself doing here with a couple of little collaged pieces at the top where you see the moon, the triangle with the eyes, and this strip from left to right. So I see some sacred geometry kind of going on in there. A lot of layering of atmospheric kind of texture. But I think maybe I could take this a step further. When I came upon this, I also found some other patterns that I was making from images that were inspired, or images of Egyptian art that I thought would coordinate well with this. I'm also noticing that there's some color, blues and some reds that could be introduced to this piece to keep it from being so flat. It's very, very tan right now. And I think some pops of color could make this more interesting. I could even print this out, cut this up, and use it in a traditional collage, scan it, and then go back into it and collage some more digitally. So this is what I'm saying about going back into your own work and looking at your different approaches to different projects, and then combining different things for a new project, a new approach. So what does all of this mean? And how does that culminate into what I created over the past couple of days? Let's talk about it. Okay, so now to bring this whole thing full circle, how does that apply to now? Well, last week I talked about creating this illustration that was inspired by a collage that I had made in one of my journals. And so I wanted to approach this idea again, but stretch it, maybe flip it a little bit. How could I extend this idea? So the first thing I did was I selected a collage that I wanted to take into illustration or take a step further. And I pulled it up in Procreate, and I started to think, oh, what should I do? So I went back and looked at all of my old work, and that was digital collaging. And I started picking apart what I liked about these different approaches to these other collages and what I could apply to this collage. So, what I liked about the Egyptian sketch was how it kind of was a composite. It melted, the portrait itself melted into the background, and I really loved that. The thing that I liked about it was that I used a pattern to create the background. And so this time, instead of using a flat background and kind of chopping it up, I duplicated it many times and rotated it in different ways, created different scales, and moved it in and out of the background. So you see that that circular shape is on top and behind and all around. So I really feel like the portrait is really kind of immersed in this atmosphere. So the other thing I thought that I could do to kind of keep pushing this idea was to find some more images to create patterns and textures with, so that I could go back and try some of the ideas that I liked from other collages that I shared earlier. Some other things that I liked about the images that I selected to create patterns and textures from was just energetically. I think that some of the mood of it, I like the nebulas, especially all this brightness up against this vast darkness, all this twinkling that's going on. I want to kind of capture that energy. So that is how I capture inspiration. I identify what I like about whatever it is that I'm seeking inspiration from. If I'm struck by something, if it's my own work or something outside of my own work, if I'm struck by it, I identify it, and then I apply it to the work that I'm doing. So those are my concluding thoughts. I hope that would at least made sense. I did enjoy your feedback too. If you have any, leave them in the comments. Thank you. Till next time, peace.
So what you working on over there? Are you still lining up cameras over there? What is she got all kinds of gizmo gadgets. This woman's got gadgets galore. She's got as many gadgets as I have. All right, y'all. We're going to show you some more of the creations. So we got a couple more presentations coming up. One by our girl Karen has been doing it, y'all. I mean, I don't know if y'all been keeping track the last couple of days, but she is on it.
Hey guys. I hope you guys are well today. I am actually doing some carving. I'm working on one of the last vessels that I had done for this week for the quarantine. So while I am in the studio, typically I am listening to documentaries to broaden my mind, to allow me to travel, to gain knowledge. Music love music. So I'm going to be checking out the new Jasmine Sullivan CD. So somebody suggested. And I'm going to be working on this piece. So enjoy the Jan Blake story. So I hope that you enjoy her. She's from Manchester, England. She is on YouTube, so check her out. I am waiting for the kiln to finish running its cycle. Right now, it's 2 hours and 25 minutes before it finishes its preheating. It's beautiful outside, windy. The humidity is low, so my pieces will dry out faster. And so I'm going to be working on the new pieces that I had done the night before. I have some glazing to do to prepare to put in the fire with the peacocks. When these other pieces come out of the kiln, I'll be working on those. So it'll probably be, because the pieces are large, about 2 to 3, maybe even 4 glaze firings. I'm not sure yet. Depends on what I can squeeze in the little crevices. It's like a puzzle that you're putting together when you're loading the kiln. But I hope that you guys enjoy her. She is amazing. And check her out on YouTube. Jan Blake, Manchester, England. All right. So I'm going to work and be quiet while you guys listen.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Tutto. Bueno, anyway, una sorpresa dan play.
Good evening, everyone. It's a song, and it's a song by the audience is supposed to sing to welcome the story. You understand that? So, I'm going to split you into 3 groups. We're going to have harmonies. You're going to sing. You're going to welcome us. We're going to tell you stories. Does that sound good? Yeah. So the room goes like this. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. Yeah, 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 yeah. You're singing beautifully, but you're defying one of the very essences of African Caribbean nature. You're singing sitting like this. Does it make sense? It makes no sense. So what I want to see is a bit of bit of movement up there. Okay. Okay, we're gonna split singing differently. I know, I'm sorry, I forgot all about the class. Sorry. So, yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, beautiful. Give yourself a hand. They really did save my life, so I want to thank you very much. So, you like to hear stories, yes? Yeah. So I will tell you some stories. I get my breath. The first story that I'm going to tell you comes from Kenya. And if you want to hear the story, when I say once upon a time, you say time, time. Once upon a time, time, time. The way you say time tells me how much you want to hear the story. Once upon a time, time, time. Once upon a time, Once upon a time. Once upon a time. I want you to imagine that you're far away from this place. Take the lake with you though. The lake is important. But you're far away from this place. You're on the other side of the world. This lake is now called Lake Nyabasha. Around Lake Nyabasha, there are trees, there's vegetation, there are fish eagles diving into the water, there are wildebeest in their herds sucking up the lake, there are hippopotamuses swimming, their noses under the water, their eyes ever vigilant. And standing by the side of that lake, rooted deep into the earth is a tree. The people there call the tree Nyamgondo, son of Ambari, turned into a tree. And this is the story, how it happened. Nyamgondo, son of Ambari, was a fisherman, a bad fisherman, a poor fisherman. Nyamgondo, son of Ambari, lived in a village where he was ridiculed because he was surrounded by fishermen who were good fishermen. Strong fishermen, fine fishermen, with wives, not just one, many wives, and many children. And their fishing nets were always full. And so therefore their children and wives' bellies were always full. But Nyamgondo was humiliated and ridiculed. And because he was humiliated and ridiculed, he had no wife.
It's day 11, y'all. Day 11. We are now officially 1/3 of the way of the Creative Quarantine Springfield. So, I've been watching the feeds, and, the funny thing about it is where we thought we would not be able to form connections virtually. And we actually have now. Artists are beginning to talk to one another. We're working together online. We're watching what each other are doing. We listen to what others are saying. Where I thought that the quarantine could only happen within an enclosed environment, I'm finding out that we can achieve similar effects virtually. I think what's also wonderful is that in a normal quarantine, you would have to, you would be brought into a location to work. So that means whatever you brought on the plane with you is what you were going to have to use. Okay, so that completely removes you away from using the techniques and the other things you would normally use in your studio space. The quarantine this year is different because it's virtual. Everybody's working from their own studios. So naturally, they have a little level of comfort in knowing that they're in their personal space, near their personal tools. When I did my first quarantine with Charles Bibbs in 2006, I basically got on a plane with no supplies. I was going to use whatever supplies Charles had, and I was going to offset that by purchasing a few things myself. But you can already imagine walking into somebody else. I tell Charles Bibbs, brushes are golf clubs compared to my brushes. He lets them sit in water and bend all up. And I can't see how he creates the wonderful stuff he has, but it just speaks to each artist's level of perfection. You know what I'm saying? So this is day 11. I've been reflecting on some of the artist conversations. Today, Monday, is normally my workout day, so hence my Wakanda outfit. This makes me feel stronger even when I'm weak that day. But perfection, let's talk about that. Each one of the artists has their own level of perfection that they execute when they do what they do. And some of them are perfectionists by nature. And you already seen, if you've been watching the show, which artists are perfectionists by nature. Yesterday during the broadcast, one of the presenters said that Poncho asked me to be experimental. And she said it as if I put a box on her head. All the other artists heard that statement and it resonated differently. But because of that perfectionist thing, it was interpreted totally different. Like I had said, no, you can't do what you normally do. This is a box. And we got to be real careful with perfectionism. Perfectionism has its place. I understand having perfectionism in how you do what you do, or a level of perfection with what you do. That's a character trait that should come out in your work. I think if you don't have it, you need to acquire it, okay? But if you've got this perfection thing that is so wound up where you can't even think outside of the box of where you are, then there's another term that I use a lot, and it's called perfectionist to your own detriment. So I didn't say, hey, don't execute what you normally execute. I said, do some experimental things with your work where you add an element that's different than what you normally do. You hear what I just said? Is that a box, or is that an extension and an expansion? So, you see certain artists that are just jumping into this. They're doing what they normally do. For the most part, I'm doing what I normally do, but I'm adding a new element. I'm adding a new subject. I'm starting with some other elements. I'm getting some items that I don't normally execute on. That to me is experimentation. It's not, oh, I can't do what I normally do, so I'm going to just, no, that's not it. So I'm encouraging everybody to understand where perfection is, how it's utilized. When is it becoming so much? I see artists that are so bogged down in their level of perfection with their particular technique, where their technique becomes so cumbersome that they can't even, it affects their productivity. Can you imagine that? Where your process becomes so exhausting that it affects how much you work. It should work the other way, where you remove whatever barriers are stopping your productivity, because true artists are able to create the rest of their lives. They're just an endless vessel of possibility. You know, there's never a shortage of creativity. It refills, just like a quote by Maya Angelou. You know, when we've been posting quotes about creativity online, and I'm hoping folks are taking some of those quotes in because they speak a lot to creativity and how creativity is governed. So I say to all you artists out there that are stuck in this mode of working, get out of it. Quarantine yourself to the point where you grab some materials you don't normally use. I'm not going to say break away. I'm still using all the materials that I basically use. What I am tweaking is my ideas. I don't have the time to spend 4 days doing a process. And you know what? While I'm talking about me, let me just back this thing up. We got one person in our group who is defying all logic for a creative quarantine. A creative quarantine happens in 30 days. You implement what you could. And originally, the creative quarantine was really the baseline was for visual artists that were painters, drawers. Okay, that was the foundation of the creative quarantine. Now we've opened it up to jewelers, we've opened it up to sculptors, we've opened up to people who do other mediums. And so I'm watching this Karen Clark defy all the odds. Okay, she's able to keep a momentum. She is creating work at a pace that is beyond probably everybody in the group. But let me explain to you what's happening with Karen. Karen is a different breed of ceramicist where she's used to doing productions. And some artists are not used to doing that. When you watch LaShawn Beal, you see a man that's working in a similar fashion. You say, well, wow, LaShawn must be painting 20 of those things. Yes, he does. Repetition, 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 repetition. LaShawn can literally do that blindfolded and just create. There is merit in being able to do that because now most artists are so caught up in what they create that they don't do the part that's most essential. And that's practice, 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 practice. Repetition, 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 repetition. Perfect, 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 perfect. That's where that energy should be coming out. Not in your brain, not through these barriers that you give yourself and restrictions that you give yourself in your mind, but in your process. And so if I paint 20 faces on texture paper, I'm learning something on all 20 pieces. I'm doing something different, even if the public can't tell the nuances. I know that that's being reworked. That's, to me, exploration and experimentation when you do different versions of things. Now, most artists in their normal lives are doing series of works over longer periods of time that's dedicated the same way. The creative quarantine is condensed. So for those of you that feel challenged or feel restricted because the word experimental is being used, we got one person in the group that's defying the odds. She is not allowing any of this to stop her process and still trying to figure out how to incorporate new things. That to me is why the collaborations are so important. I'm glad to see artists are now taking the time to really get the collaborations out in the mail because it makes you step outside of your box for a minute when you're working with another artist. And so I encourage all the artists to send another artist something, you know. I had pledged to be able to do one collaboration with everybody in the group. We'll see how that transpires. I'm still waiting aggressively in the mail for my first few collaborations to come through, and we'll see how that goes. But perfection, it has its place. Perfectionism has its place, but it can also be a negative. Perfection shouldn't stop you from exploding. It shouldn't stop you from expanding your boundaries. It shouldn't stop you from exploring. It shouldn't stop you from learning. It shouldn't stop you from executing. You know, you got the choice in this life to be that old crusty sponge on your sink. Yeah, it still gets the job done. Still wipes down. It may not absorb like it used to, but you hold on to it because it has a purpose, right? But you can be that sponge and stop absorbing information knowledge and expansion. I like to think that I'm a brand new sponge out the pack. I don't care how old I am. I'm going to be that brand new sponge that absorbs everything and has a purpose. I don't want to just be the old sponge on the sink that still can get the job done, but has certain types of limitations. And so I think every artist in the group can look at each other and go, okay, I can do better in that area. I can do better in that area. I should not be intimidated by just the word experimentation, because that's really the only requirement for the creative quarantine. So I'm sitting here, day 11, y'all. Wow, it's going fast. I don't think the artists realize how fast the time is going. We are officially 1/3 of the way into this process. 1/3 of the way. You believe that? Day 11. So today, yesterday I showed you. Yesterday was kind of a reset day. I had been working hard from day one. Just starting to develop some pieces. I think I'm up to like 20 pieces now. I'm trying to keep myself on a 2-piece a day schedule, but I'm off of it right now. So yesterday I took you to one of my favorite hideouts to show you where I go to get stimulation just by looking for items to paint on. I also showed you Acrylic Paint 101. If you didn't get a chance to watch Acrylic Paint 101, make sure you check that out. I think that all of the videos that I have created for the creative quarantine, I'm going to eventually post these things on YouTube. I may do the first week of the quarantine all condensed with all of my stuff on. I think I would try to talk to each artist to do the same thing. But I did a real good overview of paint, how to manage your paint, what the paint qualities are, the brands, all that. So if you get a chance to look at that, you can always watch show number 10. All right, on YouTube or on creativequarantine.com or on the Art for the Soul Gallery.com. I mean, Facebook pages. Woo! Let's try that one more time in another take. Let's look at Creative Quarantine on Facebook, and let's look at Art for the Soul Gallery on Facebook, and you can see those older shows. And you can just Google Larry Pancho Brown YouTube channel and make sure you subscribe, please. And all of the shows are posted right there. So today is a big prep day for me. I got pieces that are in the works. I go through a prep and then I execute, and then I do a prep and then I execute. And so my first week was pieces that were 8.5 by 12. This week I'm trying to inch the size up a little bit, and I'm trying to start painting some of the items that I got, prepping some of the items that I got. I found an old mask that Karen Clark gave me years ago, which she probably forgot about and probably won't even acknowledge as hers anymore. Artists are so funny. As they develop and move forward, there's so many things that become, you can throw that in the trash. She left me 5 vases that I was supposed to paint on, but they had texture on them at the time, and I wasn't really doing texture. But what am I working on during this quarantine? Texture. So I'm getting ready to break out one of her vases and collage that and get that prepped. So you'll see me doing a lot of prep stuff. I got a couple little cute things that I'm working on just to kind of stimulate my brain. But right now, prep is most important to me so I can get ready for my next stage of pieces. So that's what I'll be working on today. My body has been asking for fun. And you know how you try not to comply with the body? So I am, strawberries ain't really too much in season, but I think I found me some ones here that are going to work pretty good for my little fruit craving. I also have a habit of buying stuff and wasting it, keeping it too long. I can't tell you the amount of avocados I waste, because I buy them and I just don't time them right. So today, since I'm on my way, I'm going to make me get some fruit in my system. I already had a smoothie earlier today, blueberry, raspberry, all that kind of stuff. So now I got some strawberries that's been sitting for a couple of days that I need to get on top of. So I'm just gonna prepare myself a little fruit salad before I get too locked up in my day. So I don't know what kind of dietary stuff the other participants are doing. I know that Karen Clark came on the air the other day with a big bag of Cheetos, corn curls. And then I broke down and showed everybody my a big bag of pretzels. Seems to be where my tongue is right now. Guess you gotta have a little something like that. I am also a cashew fanatic, which means, yes, I like the most caloric nuts on the planet. I know that sounds funny, but that's what's up. So I have to watch myself because I can empty out a container of salt. I know salt is not good, but sea salt, I love them. You just haven't caught me eating them yet. So this is just going to be a simple little mix of a couple of berries. I like to put me a nice little layer of strawberries on the bottom. You know, I used to go to Whole Foods and buy their salad for $1 trillion. And I was like, you know, with a little bit more patience, bro, you can do the same thing. So what I do is I get myself a little bit of strawberries. I'm going to take a little teeny hit, a drizzle, if you may, of agave on top of those. Yes, I do believe I did wash my hands before this and showing some love to my food. You know, so I just do a little drizzle of agave and let that kind of do its thing. And while that's sitting, I get my other berries. Sometimes I buy a bunch of fruit at one time and I get busy, especially in the quarantine mode, and forget I got it. And so now I'm just going to pile some raspberries up in there. Inspecting it for the little ones that might be molded. Just a layer. A whole layer. That's what I'm shooting for. Start that down. Oh, got a loose one. Little debris here and there, but not a little layer of drizzle, very light drizzle. But on that layer, I am not going to toss it. And then for the piece de resistance, some good old-fashioned blackberries. You know, me and the blackberry and the blueberries and all those. I love berries. But this is going to be my my fruit fix. Since my body's been craving some. Put a couple of layers of some things on there. And just have all kinds of yumminess. And I don't end up wasting my fruit, which I bought a couple of days ago. So that's where we got. That's what I'm having. I don't know what you're having, but that's what I'm having. Some good old-fashioned fruit. Some light blue. The light blue agave. And my nice salad. I'll put a top on there so it can settle for a little bit. Let that agave settle in. So here we go. I'm not going to put agave on that top section. My cheap glass containers. Look at you, look at you, look at you. Isn't that a nice looking little dessert for one spirit and one soul? Yes, that's what I'm shooting for. My body's craving fruit. We will consume this today. Today is a boring day for me on this 11th day. What I'm going to do here is I'm going to show you a couple of things that I'm working on. This is an old mask that Karen Clark left me quite a long time ago. And it's got a lot of details, and I think one of the petals broke or something like that. And it got set to the side. But I'm going to revive her and put some life into her. Try to paint her. She's already been coated out with gesso. Once I coat with gesso, I like to do a couple of scratches, surface scratches. That is really all good. So here you go. That's one that I'm working on. I'll start working on that today. I have another little piece. This is a loose piece. This piece might fit in my hand. I showed this on the air a couple of times. This was a little mask that I carved out of acrylic medium, just playing around. And a friend of mine gave me this really interesting look on the background, but not going to fall in love with that background because it's getting ready to get painted. So this is another little project I'm going to work on. See if I could do something interesting with her, the texture. And I put out a plate. Put some patterns down on it. Sometimes I work too fast. In this case, a good test for gesso when you put it down is to scratch it. So what I did was put it down there, I scratched it, and it came off. So I may have to go backwards, do a little bit of surface sanding on this piece, and then re-gesso it. But the part that I'm getting ready to put the textures in, that's all ready to go and raring to go. And I left this plate blank on the black. Like to see what the materials actually made. This is an old plate I got the other day. I showed it to you yesterday. And so that is another thing on my table. Now, along the way, another project by Karen Clark. She gave me these vases years ago also. I might have about 5 or 6 of these on the shelf. At the time when she made them for me, they had these striations in them. And realistically, those striations were very difficult to manage with me doing the kind of art that I was doing. So I guess I can show you another vase that we have done together. So back when she did these for me, again, those textures mess with me a little, but she did a couple of other ones for me. This has got like paintbrush tips inside of it. But this is what we did. She gave me a smooth vase. It was bisque fired. I went back in with some pencil work and some paint. And this became a collaboration between her and I. Very nice. It's got 2 couples on it, 2 different colors, done in acrylic wash, and then I painted it, sealed it, and it's a very, very nice piece. Hoping that Karen and I can get some more pieces done like this. All she has to do is provide me with the vessel, and I'll do all the rest. With this one, a little bit of a challenge. I'm going to have to do a textural solution on this particular one. So that's kind of some of the stuff that I'm working on in the studio. I love working on vessels and ceramics and other things. As you can see, my wall back there of things to paint is getting kind of deep. So what I'm going to do is start surfacing these pieces, checking to see if gesso sticks to them. Really gritty job, but somebody's got to do it. And while I'm showing you that, here's a piece that's sitting for a minute that I want to revive. As you can see, I've already laid down some different textures on it. Got a little theme going, but I didn't really get into it. So I'm going to put some more textures into this piece, collage it a little bit more, and then coat that black. You know, you see me do that black thing. And so that's pretty much what I'm working on. And yes, we are wired. Look at this. We got cameras everywhere. I am simply giving you an overview of what I'm doing work on. My table is looking crazy. So the first thing I'll do is clean this up. I don't want anything surface-wise to get on it. So I got bored today. I have a pair of shop shoes that I'm getting tired of, but they're old and dirty, but I wear these around the studio. So I said, well, you know, I'm being creative. This is a creative quarantine. I'm going to paint my shoes. So I started with some palette knife using some paints that were drying in the tube. And that's what I was working with. You know, so what I'm going to do is paint these shoes. I'm letting them dry now. Here's the other shoe. As you can see, I might have to use one of those Clorox bleach thingies on the white part when I get done. But I'm going to let you see these when I get finished. This is part of my playing around. I'm painting a shirt. My paint shirt is starting to look like a paint shirt. So I think I'm going to go back and I'm going to paint that. Inspired by my girl. That's right, Deborah Shedrick. She is the person. We're all wired up. I got cameras everywhere. This is a picture of me shooting me while I am time-lapsing myself all day. So we do a lot of time. In the studio. So we all set and ready to go. But that's what I'm about to do, is to get loaded up and start doing some prepping. This is black on black day. This right here, scratching off, so I need to sand that down a little bit. Got me a bunch of gloves. You know, I just started using gloves that I tied to run into the bathroom to clean my hands. So I keep me an ample supply of gloves, since I'm using a lot of acrylic medium and glue and then blackening and all that. Saves me a couple of trips. I'll put that one away for the time being. Work on this little mask. See if I can get down a little closer than that. Yeah, that's close enough. eating my glasses. You know, I love my work table because it allows me to get down and dirty sometimes. Because sometimes you got to get down and dirty. This top, I probably could make it to a piece of art because it has layers upon layers of different pieces of art I've been working on over the years. I actually used to have 2 tables like this in 2 different rooms. But just like the textural pieces I was working on last week, this is related to that because I'm still dealing with pulling out textures on surfaces. So I showed my little acrylic medium sculpture that I did to the group, and they all giggled at me. So it's time that I make them stop giggling. Sometimes you got to do that. You see what this old saying, lead by example. So what I'm hoping to do, I take a shortcut. Sometimes things are finished. They have a thin coating on it and you can't tell. And sometimes black gesso will stick to the surface and sometimes black gesso will act temperamental. So normally what I do is I do my due diligence and then I will test it to see how it's holding up. Remember, just like my last assignment, my job is to try to move the paint around and get it as off of as many of the low points as I can. Any white spots, any paint buildup you want to get rid of. So I have this this brush right here might be about 15 years old. This brush is only used for gessoing because you got to get down with it. And it's gotten soft, it's gotten brittle. I can get into some good little spots with it. You know, I'm hoping I can get the under stuff. Sometimes you gotta pick it up and it's got a slightly damaged corner on it, but one monkey don't stop and no show, as they say. At this point, it's starting to get some nice little texture on it. And even though the face is carved out of acrylic medium, it has some nice textures on it too. So by the time I start dry brushing this, she might end up being a very handsome piece. And my prediction is that she's going to be sold rather quickly. As you can see, the more I brush it, the more I go over those points and keep moving that gesso around, the more detail comes out. Kind of nice that I got overhead lighting because at least you guys can see the details in it before I start doing what I need to do. I think she's got a good first coat on her. So I'm going to leave her alone. Right. Now this baby, I started coating. It's got a couple little spots in it that need to be hit. it's got so many details in it. This is ceramic clay. So, and those flowers are very fragile, so I don't want to go digging under there with a brush. But I think what I'm going to do is get me a small brush and see if I can force some paint into some of these areas. I'll force paint where I can. At this point, I'm only looking for spots that are not black. I'm not necessarily concerned about covering the mask so much. She's pretty well covered, but I'm gonna make sure I got all these little. I'm sure Karen McAdoo was having a ball while she was trying to texture this. She thought she was being cute. But when it's time for me to paint this by hand, it ain't so cute. But that's part of the challenge. It's just seeing what you can create from what you got. So once I flood the paint and get it where I want it, those low points can be a little tough sometimes. See a couple little holes in there. I might even have to get another type of brush. But my goal is to not stress these flowers, because I think the reason she left this with me in the beginning is because a flower broke. Or I can't remember. She probably just left it with me and I forgot, and I might have broke the flower. You know, sometimes time makes you have to reevaluate what went down. But for the quarantine, she is the perfect specimen because she's been sitting on my shelves literally for about 3 years at least. So she is very nicely base coated. The gesso on this is feeling great. It's going to be hard to texture this a little bit, but I got some ideas. Try some different things. But she is looking good. Now my other project, I think I'm just not going to put too much on this. This is just kind of like a receiver coat, because the whole idea here is I'm going to glue some things down on top of this. So I'm just going to touch the spots that are open from sitting around so long. And then I'm going to start picking some papers to cover the surface of this. So right now we got a house full of prepped pieces, and we are getting ready to rock and rumble. So I jumped ahead of the gun and didn't check this to make sure that it wasn't forced. And now I'm going back just to find grip. Put some texture marks on this so that the paint can stick. Sometimes it moves too fast. And you gotta slow it down. I'm just going to do some light sanding. There's not a lot of sand coming up off of this. Actually, just trying to put a small tooth on the surface so that paint will stick much better, and I won't have to worry about any peeling. And the other areas I did are fine. They've all been glued. I'm just going back and adding a little bit of grit. Just one level down. So I got some sandpaper here. This is a medium grit, smooth medium. You know, do the trick. Got a little bit more tooth. That way, the gesso will jump right down into that. Without a lot of drama. So you always want to check your found objects, because sometimes they might look like regular wood or gilded wood, and there might be an old finish on there. It might react against the gesso.
Is that the plate you worked on yesterday?
Yes. The tooth that I'm adding right now is going to be very beneficial.
It looks a lot different.
Yes, I am making a slight sanded mess, but it's not too bad, it's not airborne. And I can get that up with a wet rag. Okay, so I think that's going to suffice. The rag, see if I can remove some of the dust. And I am a stickler against dust, so probably gonna get that. I'm gonna go ahead and sand some sections in here too. Just give it a little bit of tooth. Right along that rim. Nothing heavy duty. I'm not worried about ripping stuff up. It's whatever I create on here will read its texture when I grab regular stuff. I don't have to be a stickler for that. I have to do this on a lot of my found objects. This one just got past me a little bit, moving a little faster than I normally do because we are in quarantine mode. So here you go. I'm gonna get this dust up like right now. should have stock in a tear-off paper towel company because I use a lot of them. Get that fine grit up before it gets all into everything. Try to keep my dust to a minimum around here. Space is very confined. Well, lots of little items that will collect dust. So, all right.
Linen. Use linen.
I have a ton of rags. I have a rag hookup. It brings me rags once or twice a month. All right, so what I'm going to do now is, I'm not going to worry about getting all of the dust off of it. I'm just going to go in here and resurface it. When I go to do that scratch test this next time around, I would have solved the problem. So prepping is a pain in the booty, as you might imagine. But it's part of the process. A project is only as good as its foundation. So that little extra time, I know sometimes you're just ready to get in and paint. Sometimes you gotta look at the structure of things too, to correct whatever structural problems you see before you start painting, because it can come back and bite you later. I'm doing today. It's kind of prep day. I'm taking time to hit my edges. Same brush. If it goes over on the back, because I left it raw, I can simply take an X-Acto blade and scrape it off. I do a review towards the end of my pieces anyway, to make sure that they're in a specific space when I'm finished. So I do a finishing look to see if there's anything hanging or untouched or part open or, something that needs to be touched up. A spot that maybe wasn't covered with paint. So a whole lot of things that can go down, but I usually do a review at the end of my pieces after they've been created. And remember what this dry brush technique, as it's drying, my job is to go back and try to remove as much paint as I can out of the low points. I didn't repaint this. I just kind of redid the part that I sanded. So I'll have a really nice surface to work on when I start dry brushing. Prep day, day 11. It's time to start moving to some larger pieces and some different pieces. So that's what I'm trying to do.
So will you draw images on this one?
I'm going to do the patterns first, and then I'm probably going to etch it. I'm going to paint an image inside it.
That's
I'm doing a little different this time.
Okay.
Well, the textures look amazing.
That just survived my scratch test too. So thank you, Frankie. I'm going to check my little small piece, do a little scratch test. It survived pretty good. Remember, I do aggressive scratch tests just to make sure that the surfaces are going to hold up. It's going to have quite a few layers of paint on it when I get done. So 3 nicely prepared pieces, well, actually 4 prepped, and I will start working on those this evening. All right, and there we go. What's going on, Frankie?
Good, y'all.
Oh wow! Look what he's gotten done so far. Wow.
I'm exhausted. I've been doing this all day.
It's pretty amazing. I love the bottom. I love what you've done.
I'm gonna add thank you. I'm gonna add more layer to it.
Miss Deborah's in the house.
Hi, how's it going?
Hey.
Hey, how are you?
Hey.
Deborah was in early, and then she was like, "Well, I'll be back."
Yes, came back.
Well, you look nice and comfortable today.
Oh, Deborah, I've been, you know, you brought out the palette knife in me. I did a little palette knifing on that piece up there. Changed it up a little bit. I was like, let me palette knife a little bit like Deborah.
Like it?
Yeah, I broke my palette knives out. They've been in hiding for years.
Well, I know you wanted to do, you know, you've been one of the few artists that's been on Everyday Live. So we're going to let you just do a show and tell. We did show a video of your works earlier, but go ahead and show us, do a little show and tell.
Let's see what you got, Deborah.
Okay. So, like, was it last night I was working on the pieces that Brown Senior had started on? So I have more to do, and this is the one I kind of sketched. Right here. I kind of sketched the woman on there, but I met this artist here in Montgomery. She does all her paintings with these
paint markers.
I guess paint markers. So I am going to do the last one in these paint markers, and these are Posca. So I'm getting used to. I've never used paint markers, so I'm gonna use paint markers on that one. But these are Mr. Brown's pieces of painted paper that I've been putting things on. So you all saw me work on this
Very
before, right?
nice. They're shaping up nice.
Yeah, I really like that.
Yeah. So this is going to be the mail. I did one mail, y'all. I'm getting better at doing mail. So
very
here's
nice.
a woman, and here's a woman. So let's see what becomes of these.
Hey,
I will
girl.
put them in the mail tomorrow to you.
Sounds like a plan.
Okay, so this is a piece that I was working on.
I really
live.
like that.
Really nice.
Thank
Very
you. And I'm going to show the ones that you showed. I hope I'm not being redundant. Is that the
Oh,
word,
no,
the
no.
right word?
You're doing fine.
Okay. So this one says, say a little prayer for humanity. I think we all need that right now. I was in my feelings.
Very nice.
So I think I'm in this one. Overdue Recognition Art Gallery. And this one, Sister Tribe. This is another one that's going to the gallery. They're gonna frame it for me. We'll see where it goes from there. Do you all have any interest in these that I'm showing? The bigger ones that I'm showing tonight, they'll be at the gallery.
Now, will these be available for our exhibition in Springfield?
Say what?
Will these be available for our
Say that again, I didn't hear you.
Will these be available for our exhibition in Springfield?
I think I have enough work done that I'll have other things for Springfield.
Okay.
Same size. So this is the one that I finished and I didn't show online.
Very nice.
Find your peace in the midst of.
Oh, I love
Yeah, you know, I had to put my umbrella in there.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Yeah.
Very nice.
So that's
Maybe
what
that
I
one's
have
coming.
that I've been working on.
I said maybe that one's coming too.
Very nice.
Well, I can always have them send those to Springfield, and I'll just supply them with more work after they frame them. Maybe they'll do that. Maybe they'll cooperate.
Well,
yeah, and then you showed this one.
Well, you got 30 days.
I think this is my favorite. We don't have 30 days anymore.
Well, no, we don't. I forget.
How many days do we have?
20.
We can't rely on that anymore. But I think out of all the pieces that I did, this is my favorite piece.
I like
Nice.
that one. Mm-hmm.
There's something about faces that I like.
Very, very nice.
I'm going toward the collage work. And I don't know what I was thinking when I did her hair. But,
Hey, but that's a bad piece.
It's like, it looks like her wig is falling off.
Well, I mean, let's be real.
Thank you so
Let's
much.
be real.
But this is-
While you're saying you don't know what she was thinking, every woman I know over 55's got burgundy hair nowadays. So looks like you're right on time.
I don't have burgundy hair.
Yeah, well, you know.
Me,
We're not even going to talk about that hair. You have your own designated lane. But you know who I'm talking about. But you might not. You in Colorado, man. You ain't in the inner city.
Hey, I grew up.
I see another maroon hair, dude. But it looks fantastic, Deborah. Those pieces are very strong.
Mm-hmm.
You are gaining momentum. You deserve a slight day off because you have been live every day.
Every day.
So I'm hoping you'll
I need a day off.
Well, you know, I'm going to encourage you. I'm going to encourage you to do your videos because I got a video from Frankie.
Oh.
Today, we get ready to play Frankie's video now. Y'all gonna see Frankie in stereo.
Okay, I gotta see this. I gotta see this before I leave, y'all.
Okay, well we're gonna put you down in the queue, and you can we're gonna get this video ready of Mr.
All right,
Frankie.
Deborah.
Thanks a lot. Those look fantastic.
All right. Thank you. I have to leave studio, don't I?
I think I lost it.
You can stay right there. You're gonna do any work today? Oh, she's gone. Deborah's like, bye. Deborah's like, bye. I'm out of here. It's Frankie.
Hello, everybody. Hope everybody's doing good on this Monday.
You got double Frankie.
Yeah, we haven't had a double Frankie yet.
It's Frankie and his twin.
To my piece. I had originally started this piece a while back to not that long ago, but I wanted to highlight some unity between Black Lives Matter and Blue Lives Matter. But then came the events of Wednesday, and that set a different tone for me. So I got a chance to change it up a little bit. And that's the thing with art is you're ever changing. Unless it's a commission piece, you're ever changing. And you start in one direction, end up in a whole completely different area or subject matter. And that's where I am right now. I'm painting a ripped up MAGA flag. And adding the first coat to it with acrylic, but this paintbrush is not working out because it's too dry. So hold on a second here. Much better. What I do is I draw it out, then I go over it. I use pastel to go over it, but then I notice when I paint, it kind of interferes. So I like the markers, professional markers or acrylic markers to get to where I'm going. I'm going to add a lot of thickness to this as I go along. Like a lot of people, feeling a little anger about what happened on Wednesday. And the best thing I do in this quarantine, I'm so tired of debating and things like that. I just focus on my art, and it's a nice little escape for me. Here. And what I want to do here is show remnants of that. Slogan and how they rose to the point of where they were that day. So This picture took a darker turn, unfortunately. But it's all for the best. We can only pray. Thank God it's on its way out. But problems ensue, but oh well. Let this, I had a thin coating and then go right back into it. It's funny because I always loved graffiti, but I was never really a fan of lettering because of accuracy and stuff like that. And my goal here is to show as much as I can without showing much. I just get lost with detail and want to focus on that. And I end up losing the point or impact of the message. And I want to somehow balance the great things that happened this past month with Georgia and somehow reach find common ground and do something uplifting with this piece. It's funny because as I said before, I almost never use a ruler. I have rulers, but I usually use a credit card or card of some kind with a straight edge just to get my quick lines where I want them. I feel like a ruler is bulky and not what I need. Some quick. If it's upright like this, if it's thrown on a table, then I can use a ruler. But you can see I want this to be nice and red. I hope I'm using red. Set it on the bag, on the pouch anyway. Zip it up like that. Normally, of course, I would have music on blast, but I'm careful with licensing, that kind of thing. So I will work with this and improvise. Not sure how accurate I am with the font, but it's legible anyway. I'm trying to give it a tear look to it. Yes, whatever. good thing about the painting part, I have to rely on, well, not the good thing, but my color wheel, and make sure that I'm using the right colors for what I'm doing, because some things have to be color correct. And without my color wheel and separating the tubes of paint, it ends up being green as opposed to, or another color as opposed to the red I desire. Pretty much gonna do lettering all day. Work on the layers of this paint. The good thing about this quarantine is how much I get out of information from other artists. And I already learned a couple of things, even yesterday. Learned a couple techniques and ideas that I never thought about until I hit the quarantine. So it's important to detach online and remove yourself from daily events and look at or get in touch with the other side of your brain. Try to ease off information, daily news, which is ironic because I'm using this now as daily news, as current events, but try to steer clear from that as it interrupts creative flow. I don't want that. Not when I could just do this and be happy. I thank you, God Almighty, for giving me this deterrent. Always grateful. And always be grateful. Always be grateful for the things you have. And we already know that. Learning to be appreciative. But this here, and the fact that I can basically roll out of bed and do this and use it as a means of escape or retreat, not escape, I'm not escaping anything, but retreat of daily things. And that's a great thing with artists. We got lucky like that. We're able to detach and focus on these things. And I like to tell people who ask, I actually feel like one of the wealthiest artists in the world. And it has nothing to do with money. It's that the fact that I'm able to do this, if you're able to do these things, besides the daily grind and love doing what you're doing, that's wealth, that's happiness. And it makes your quality of life a lot better because it has to. It did it with me, and I highly recommend you to pursue an endeavor like with art of any kind. And I learned through Pancho and Louise that anything is a medium, which reinforces what Picasso said when he was interviewed by a reporter, and they asked him, what is art? And his response, what is not? I thought that was cool. And it's true. with Pancho and Louise. They give me some techniques, methods, and it's awesome. I think it's a great experience to have.
Very nicely done, Frankie. You are muted. So make sure you do more of that, Frankie.
Okay, and like I said, I have a few of them to upload. That one made it. I didn't even.
It normally takes a little bit of time, but yeah, it'll make it.
It told me upload failed. I didn't even think you had gotten.
No problem. I mean, the thing is, that's the method. You actually figured it out.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
just try to. If it gives you some trouble, it's going to take a little while. What happens is when the window's open for you to upload, don't do other stuff. Just let it upload. Leave that window alone, and it should be fine.
That's what I did a couple of times.
Exactly. Yeah, because once you start clicking around, you're going to break the upload.
Okay.
What's happening, LaShawn Bill?
Hey, LaShawn.
How's it going, man?
Piece I started last night.
It is shaping up really well.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, that's beautiful. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, that's nice. I'm already seeing double from just staring at mine.
So this one was done. This was done mainly with palette knife to build this nice texture on it. Then I came back with a light black wash to define everything out. This is a wrap.
Looks really good, man.
Thank you. I have a little, I guess, a brush stroke here that came down. See if we can get that off. There we go. Yeah, so that's another one for the books right there.
Fantastic.
Thank you. Do I need to bring that in any so I could see some of that texture?
It looks good, man. We're hoping that we can get you to show us some photographs of that so we can start your stream up with your photographs in it.
I just sent you some a little while ago.
Okay. Well,
yeah, I just sent you an email.
Okay, sounds good. Keep them coming.
Yeah. Oh,
I'm going to run
for sure. Yeah.
I'm going to run your last part of your feature, so people will see 2 windows of you for a minute.
All right, super.
All right, man.
Hey everyone, this is day 9 of the creative quarantine, and I am working on some chargers right here. These are part of the series I'm doing for my collaboration with other artists. And there you have it. See you next time.
So Ryan, how is it going?
Pretty good, pretty good.
You look like you are in the zone.
Yeah.
So how you feeling?
Pretty good. I just sent in a video I worked on earlier.
Okay, no problem.
Yeah, I was doing some spray paint planet drawings.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah, I did a little tutorial earlier today on how to do these.
Fantastic. That looks great, man. I'm loving that palette you got sitting over there.
Oh yeah, it's getting pretty covered.
Day 11, Frankie. How do you feel about day 11, Ryan?
I can't believe we're already over a third of the way there.
Oh, a third of the way, man. That's 20 days left. But you look like you got a good stride going on. What kind of material is that?
This is acrylic on panel. This is another panel. Seems to be drying really quickly too, so that's a plus. Because I like to layer my paints.
Also, look at Michelle with the fancy pantsy art gloves.
Needed to keep warm.
How you doing today, Michelle?
Doing all right. We had a bit of a non-art life thing kind of came up. My kid got bullied in class today, and there was an incident. But everything so it was a little bit stressful. But I thought I would just chill out by pushing around some watercolor and making some backgrounds. I made some earlier. Here's one I did. I'm just this is a new set of watercolors, and I wanted to try out different color combinations and see how they blended and how the different colors interacted.
And
I'll cut this paper down. Sometimes I make them into artist trading cards, and then I draw ink drawings on top.
Very nice.
But I thought it would be a nice way to stay working, but that doesn't require quite so much concentration.
Well, after those last few pieces you did, I'm sure you need a little bit of a departure.
Yes, for sure. But I did spend today was lovely lighting, so I took out the paintings that I had finished and I took photographs with my DSLR.
Fantastic. Get those to me as soon as you can.
Yeah, I will. It turns out my new computer doesn't have an SD card reader, so I need to find where my hookup is.
Right.
And then what's it called? But then I started 2 more too, but they were too big to take here because I have an awesome idea for a barn owl. Because I had we've been collecting owl pellets and whatnot. We've dissected them, and I wasn't sure what to do with the little bones, and I thought they'd be really cool to incorporate in the acrylic gel.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, weird, but I thought that'd be really cool.
Who says it's weird?
Yeah, it's true.
It's called experimentation.
I thought it'd be fun.
And you look like you're getting into it now. I noticed you got a lot of new supplies around the edge of your screen.
Yeah, I was looking because I brought my stuff for doing acrylic. So I've got my acrylic brushes, and then I got a few watercolor brushes because I totally had this idea that I was going to do acrylic, but I'm honestly pretty shaken. My kid's okay, but they we had the warning that they might have a concussion and whatnot, and it was just really scary.
Yeah, well,
they're okay though.
I'm glad he's okay.
Yeah.
Well, you can go ahead and get in the zone, and we'll be watching you.
Thank you.
Hey guys from Berlin Heights Studio. It is time for the firing. I've been glazing all day, So it takes some time to clean them up. But just so you guys can see, so there it is. It's one, two, three tiers of things inside. A lot of them are mugs. The sculptural pieces go in, and then I fill in the blanks. It is like working a puzzle piece. But it's good. It is really, really good. So I still have a lot to glaze. I'm looking at them, so I'll be glazing tonight for the next firing. This firing is getting ready to start in just a few minutes, and so I'm getting ready to program this. And so I did some testing on some of the pieces, so I'm really excited about this piece right here because I did this turquoise and I did a thing called brick red, but the brick red turns into blood red. So I'm hoping that's what the effect is. And then these will go back in for third firing to touch them up with some gold. I also touched these up with gold on top, and they're going to be turquoise. So when you look at the pieces, it's not actually the color that you're going to see. So you're seeing them now, and they are very ashy. But once they go into their proper temperature, then they will actually ramp up to 2168, and then that will go up for about 8 hours. Then it comes down very, very slowly. And once it comes down very slowly, we should have the effect. So I'm always, 70 to 80% happy with what I'm doing. So right now, what I'm doing is I'm plugging up the holes, and so that they can actually be plugging up the holes, and so that they can, so that the heat can flow properly. So these are what they call spy holes that I'm using right now. And so now I am actually getting ready to program it. So I'm entering in a program. So this is a program that we had already started, and it's programmed in forever. I review my program just to make sure that everything is equipped for the program. And so it's ramping up to 100, then 220, and that goes for an hour. Then it ramps up at 300, at 1700, and then it does its final, it holds, and then it ramps up to the last 21 or the last few hundred degrees. So that has been programmed. So I'm going to come across here, and I'm going to close it up and say goodbye to the pieces. I actually say a little prayer, like, please let the kiln do what it's supposed to do. Make sure that there's no, make sure that it is okay. It goes up to temperature properly. Make sure that all the pieces are beautiful and perfect for them to be for sale. So yes, that is what we do. So that's it. I'm getting ready to press start. And so tomorrow at 9:30, I'll be cracking it open so that you guys can see. It's like Kwanzaa Christmas every time. All right. You guys have a good night. I'll talk to you later. And off to class I go. Ciao. I hope they're ready for me.
What you got for us, Karen? I know you're ready.
Yeah, I'm actually cleaning up the space because I left it trashed. So so that none of the glazes get contaminated, I have to just make sure everything is covered. But before I begin, how are y'all doing?
Wonderful, wonderful.
Ooh, ooh. So right now, what you're seeing is me in the furthest corner of this studio. And I wish that if my studio could be probably like 6 more feet, I think I would be okay. But I would probably fill that up too. But all of these buckets that you guys are seeing is glaze buckets. And so I create my glazes in colors of 3 gallons or 5 gallons. So these are what they call dipping glazes. And so I'm going to do a quick demo with a dipping glaze. So here, let me go over here and grab one of these pieces real quick. Yep. Okay, they're waxed. Hey, cool. So with glazes, you can layer glazes, which is really, really cool. So it can be multiple glazes, but it needs to be handled with care. And
when I say that, because you don't want to put like 7 different glazes on there if you don't know what you're doing. But you can put 7 different glazes on to have a layering effect. So dealing with glazes and like paint, they can be layered, which is really, really cool. So these have already been blended because they have to be blended every time that you use them, because the chemicals actually settle down to the bottom and the water is actually at the top. So sometimes I have to do what they call decanting to remove some of the water, so that you actually get the purest color. So stirring it up, I'm feeling with this stir stick to make sure that there's no chemicals down at the bottom. So nothing's down there. I put that in water. And what I do is find the cleanest cup I can find, because sometimes I'm bad about washing these cups out. So clearly you saw that I went to Starbucks all summer long for a quad latte. So I saved them. And wrong, it's quad espresso is what I do. And I take some of the...
Well, Starbucks has some really nice cups.
They do. They have some. They do eventually deteriorate, but I just trash them after that. So I'm just going to pour some of this liquid inside, which is called iron red. And I do an overlay with iron red because iron red is a dark body. It gives the body gives the color a dark, the piece a dark body. And so I'm just rolling it around on the edge, but trying not to spill it over. And usually if I was by myself, I would just whip it around. So now it's already coated. I pour it out. And then after that, I dip it into the glaze to rim it. And so that's going to be the rim part of my piece. I don't mind that it kind of goes past the lip or the rim, because I like to have that overlay of the glazes mixing and melting together. So I just dump this out. Has to be rinsed, so I put it in my water. So inside of this water, I let it sit. I rinse everything out in this water. The settlement actually hangs out in the bottom, and what I do is I take that out and let it dry out, and then I break it up and I put it in the trash can. But then sometimes I will break it up and just out of curiosity add water to it to see what color it can be. So sometimes you get some really funky colors. So I did that one time and I came out with this color. So we just call it we're like, it's NS6. We don't know what it is. It looks kind of denim. Still trying to play with it because it was cool, but I don't know what I would want it on. But it was a nice little matte color. And then the other one was called Iron Cream. So it was cool. It was really cool. But I like to play with stuff like that. So the next color that I'm going to do, this is kind of like Poncho's piece that he has. That's a mug. And I'm going to use a new color that I've been testing out, still playing with it, which is called June Berry. And so dealing with some clay artists, they are very free with giving their recipes out. And then some of them are very secret about their recipes. I'm glad that June Perry, I think that's really their name, send this recipe out to people to try and test. But we do have a website that is out there for people who like to do glaze testing, to play with new glazes. So this time I actually put my hand in and just kind of stretch it, and so that I can do a dip. And so I just dip it in to the line, pull it out, shake it off a little bit until it finishes dripping, and then I rim the pot. So I remove all of that additional glaze that I don't need off of it. So then you are able to see my signature, and also it's clean. So when it goes onto the kiln shelf, nothing sticks on. So if it went down to the rim, the glaze would probably run and stick to the kiln shelf. But that is how you glaze. That is just one technique of glazing, because there are multiple techniques. What else? I'm gonna look in this drawer really quick. I hope I can find them. I have, and I'm hoping that I can get help from my other colleagues. I have watercolors for ceramic. They're not the prettiest colors, but they are colors. They're watercolor. So I'm hoping that I can get some help. Just like a little. You water it down, take a little brush, and paint.
So is
So
it
I'm looking
like a
forward to using
glaze
those.
or is it just watercolor?
No, it's underglaze that is a watercolor base. And so these actually these are a watercolor palette. So it's really, really fun. And then I also have like coloring pencils. They're like chalk. And so that I can draw into my pieces.
Oh, Karen is okay.
Sounds
Karen,
like fun to me.
did you get that link I sent you?
I did. That link was the link that you told me to look at. I looked at. He was just running a test. He's pretty bad. So I was like, oh, okay, I'm sorry. But I'm gonna show you. So see that? I don't know if you can see that yellow.
Yeah.
But
I can see it.
yeah. So I'm excited about being able to color in some of my pieces. Yeah. So I thought it would be fun to do that. And I'm excited about these.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
That looks like fun.
I think that's gonna be fun.
That looks like
fun. I think so too. They're sitting here, and so I'm just gonna moisten them a little bit so that I can see if I can actually put some, put it in little places.
Now, would you put that over a glaze or
you put it under a glaze?
Under it.
So for instance, if I did that color, what I would want to do is I would put it on now, do a wax resist to that space. And so I can do whatever I want to do for that. But I mean, if you did the whole thing in watercolor, it would be fine. Yeah. So I mean, it's, really with clay, it is as far as your mind can stretch. If you can stretch your mind far, then it's the possibilities are limitless dealing with clay. And that's what makes it so fun. And the fun part for me is the challenge of being able to look at a piece and go, okay, so now how can I manipulate this clay and so that it can still and so that it can be a sculptural piece by using other elements from other artists. So, like for instance, dealing with the leather that I want, how do I create the pot to look like leather? Without actually having to use leather. And so when I use your piece that you're going to send me, I'm going to use that leather piece because it's fun to use mixed medium, but I'm also going to try to figure out how to create the piece to make it a leather
like
texture.
leather. Oh, okay. Nice.
And so I'll use things like, I know that I'm going to use what they call a speckled brown. I'm going to use iron with it, and then I'm going to use manganese, and then I'm going to rub it in and scratch it out. And then after that, I may put a technique that I learned from Alpha in Senegal of how to wax the piece with shoe polish. So it makes it a lot of fun to be able to use shoe polish or spray paint or
yeah. So I'm gonna have you call me tomorrow so we'll FaceTime so you can pick out some pieces that you might like.
No. You just pick out what you want.
Oh, you just want me to pick out?
No, yeah, because that's the challenge. That's why when I go.
Oh, so just send you whatever. Oh, because that's the same thing you told Kathleen. I will send you. Okay, I'll pick them out and send it to you.
Yeah,
hey,
because
Karen.
Yeah.
I did this in honor of you.
Let me tell you, I saw that. That's from a Baltimore artist. I thought that thing was so cool because I was like, "That's what it is."
I think we're gonna run that for the rest of the show.
man, because that's what it is. It's like, no, one more piece, one more new piece. Yeah. So, So anyway, that is what's going on. So I just finished coming from class. It was, inspiring. I did 5 vessels while I was there to talk them through it. And so I did 5 more pieces. So I'm excited about trying to figure out what I'm going to do, how to manipulate these, because I want them to be vases that are voluptuous women, because that is what I am. I'm like, hey. Right.
She go dancing again.
I love dancing. I love music. What's your favorite kind of music?
Huh?
What's your favorite kind of music?
Worship. I do a lot of worship music.
Okay, contemporary. I know some contemporary artists too, like Tony McNeil. Yes, I know who you're talking about. And how about you, Pancho? What kind of music you like?
I'm all over the place. I do just about everything except for some country, because country is starting to pull me in a little bit.
Oh, I like country too. Country's fun, especially when they're telling stories.
I do too. I like country. And I got into country because my friend is Jamaican, and that's how they, every Jamaican song you hear is a country version of it. So that's how I got into it. But what was I going to say about the music? I have like Supergirl music when I come up into the studio. So like it's straight up Soul Train line, so I put on 1970s Soul Train, and as they're walking down, I'm walking down too. I'm like, hey, yes, it is. I do.
I think music is just fun.
You do all that without knocking anything over.
Without knocking anything up, because I'm a
It's a Soul Train line.
It's my Soul Train line. I know where. Look, that's a Soul Train line right there.
She knows how to get down her Soul Train line.
Don't make me. Don't make me.
Now you go here. You go right ahead. This is live.
No, that's okay. That's okay. No, thank you.
Lynn's in the house. Lynn's in the house.
Hey, Lynn. What is Lynn saying? Oh, thank you.
Do you live in Baltimore? I want to buy my son one of your mugs. He lives in Baltimore. Do you ship?
Richmond, Virginia, and I do ship. And thank you for liking
on
my
website right now.
Okay, cool. It moves so fast. I don't know if you'll see these mugs on the website, so just hold on. Once these are finished, you'll see them tomorrow at 9:30. I'm excited. It's like Kwanzaa Christmas for real.
Lynn was with us the whole time during Beauty of Blackness Fine Art Show. She even came on. She even came to the after party. We had Lynn on the after party.
Yeah, sure did.
Y'all have after parties after shows.
We had an after party.
So you're announcing a show and tell from the kiln tomorrow?
Oh, that's what she sound like it.
9:30. I'm showing and telling. I mean, because you get to what's going to happen is you are going to see what I see when it comes out of the kiln. And for me, it's like Christmas. And then when I'm pulling it out, I'm actually looking at them and analyzing and touching them to see where it was beautiful, or where it was a hairline crack, or if it was perfect. Yeah, I mean, it is a joyous thing to actually be able to see it when it comes out of the kiln. And everyone for these past 11 days actually got to travel with me from the very beginning to seeing the final pieces come out of that kiln.
Pancho, we should have a time. We should have a time on that so we can
for those
unveiling. Unveiling.
But for those of you that have not been keeping up and may have missed the other 10 shows, I have a refresher for you. continue to update those after you glaze them and give good photographs. We will swap those out so people can see the real thing. But I wanted people to really see what you've been working on in an overview. It looks fantastic.
It
Thank you.
does.
Merci beaucoup. Merci. Yeah, so I'm really excited, you know, because now that we are in this 10 days, you know, or 11 days, you know, like I'm not feeling pressure. I'm feeling excited because I'm like, what's about to happen next? I'm like, oh. So I'm ready to, you know, I've started off small. I've got some other big things getting ready to happen, but I'm getting ready to get on the torso. Dealing with the female body, so I'm excited about that. I mean, because she's in my head. She's gonna be so pretty. She's gonna be so pretty.
Well, I mean, if only I could spend 24 hours in that head of yours, that's probably all I could stand.
Let me tell you, it keeps me up at night. Ugh. I'm not lying. I kid you not, I wake up at 3 o'clock in the morning with a new idea every night. I'm like, oh, wait a minute, hold on. Thank God for a sketchpad.
Well, everybody is appreciating what you do, and I do. So we're looking forward to seeing your unveiling tomorrow. We're going to check in.
Wait for the unveiling.
We're going to check in with Ryan real quick and see how he's holding up.
Hey, Ryan. Hey, Michelle.
What's going on, Ryan? How you holding up over there?
Pretty good. I'm moving right along on this panel here.
I really like that.
You are rolling today, man.
Mm-hmm.
It's looking good, Ryan.
Thank you.
Maybe you can hold it up a little bit, just this way a little bit. Oh yeah. Let's see. Okay. Nice.
A little better. Yeah.
Very, very nice.
I know, Pancho, do you ever find yourself when they show you stuff, you're tilting your head down as if you can look under?
Yeah. I got caught on camera a couple times going like this. Let's check in on Michelle too, see what she's doing. What's happening, Michelle?
I saw Michelle's over there doing that the alcohol thing.
I'm just you're gonna make me cut this out of my gloves.
I think I dropped it. Well, yeah. Well, it keeps my wrist warm so that I don't have any issues because it's still a little tight. But I was doing here's the pink one I was doing. And I'm loving the way that I didn't realize that this orange color was granular.
Wow.
So I'm really glad that I experimented with it because it came out really nice. I don't think you could see the spatters, but I plan to like draw an animal and then, use whitewash with it.
I can't wait to see what you do with it.
And then here's the blue. And I think I added the alcohol at the wrong time, but that's why I'm doing these, is to practice those kind of techniques. And also to get
that's really pretty.
That looks really nice.
Mm-hmm. I really like that.
Yeah, I thought it was really cool. I wanted a little bit cleaner around the thing. So I know that there's a way if you add it at just the right moment. And I think it takes practice to get these so that they're nearly pure white. So we'll see.
I don't know. Poncho said there's not a lot of control.
Well, there's always a limit of control because you got to really watch your ratio of alcohol versus water. So, but that looks beautiful.
Right. Michelle, I wanted to. Oh, you got Karen.
I think Karen's got a question. She's raising her hand.
Go ahead, Karen.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Michelle. Hey, how are you?
I'm all right.
Good. I have a question of dealing with the alcohol. What is the technique again?
So, what you do is you usually use it with the wet. The watercolors are fairly wet, but not in puddles, but still kind of shiny. And you can take an eyedropper and you drop alcohol into it. And it spreads.
Can I do that for color?
But you get these effects where it'll darken the color in the center, and then you have where it spreads out to the edges, but it evaporates faster than water, so it looks different.
So I can do that on ceramic with acrylic. So I can paint acrylic on my pieces, and then I can actually add alcohol.
Yes, you can.
I've done it. Yeah,
I did a few masks like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, it's going to be.
As a matter of fact, I'm going to do that on the one on the mask of yours that I have here.
Okay, I'm bringing one so I can do it with you. Ooh,
what day did you do that yesterday, Poncho? Did you do that show that video yesterday or the day before?
I showed the actual one of the masks that I did in that technique, but the mask that I painted yesterday and this morning is the one that I'm gonna
No,
do.
I'm saying you showed the technique video yesterday.
Mine is just like hers, except for hers is non-porous.
Right.
Mine is hers is porous, and mine is fairly non-porous.
Right.
So do I need to paint my piece? Do I need to prime my piece now before I even come up to you, and so that I can actually do
So
it?
you're just going to bring me a bisque piece, though, right? You're not going to have any glaze on it.
No.
So are you using 70% or 91% alcohol?
In that case, I was using. Let me see. I've got both on hand. That one was 91%. I haven't tried the 75. I think when I was doing it with acrylic, I've used 75 in the past. I just happened to have a 91% on me.
And I found that both of them work just fine. Just one is a little more intense than the other.
Okay.
That might be right. I think that would be really, really fun.
Well, I'm excited about that because I want to play with that. That is really cool. I can get some really funky hair out of that. Ooh.
Yeah, and see, you're quite the chemist, so there's a way to do that same kind of technique with glazes. You just got to look at the ratio of the glazes to see what breaks up from what. You might even have glazes that already exist that will cause an immediate reaction against other stuff.
Yeah, that's gonna be exciting. I'm gonna have to do that research. Oh, that's gonna be way cool.
I think that's gonna be a lot of fun.
I'm definitely having fun with it. It looks very like molecular, I guess. I don't know what the word.
Yeah,
like
it is.
Yeah.
The little things that you're creating, we call them mores or cells.
Mores or cells. Oh, okay.
Oh,
Wow.
Michelle, have you gotten? Deborah wanted me to tell you to call her, Deborah. Deborah. She says she's been trying to reach you and you haven't responded.
I haven't. Oh, I did respond to her email, but I did not call her back because at the time I was doing something. But I can give her a call back.
That would be wonderful.
Yeah, I'd be happy to.
The other thing I was going to say is it's really cool to see another left-hander. Hey, Ryan.
Yeah, Ryan is definitely a part of the lefty crew.
Who else is part?
I don't think that there are any other. We got a couple of ambies.
LaShawn paints left and right.
That's why I said we're both ambi.
Really? Wow.
That's awesome.
You might
with my right hand, yeah.
Because I see LaShawn painting with his left, and I was like, is he left hand?
You might see me switch hands every now and then.
That's cool. That is cool. Yeah. All right then, y'all. Well, I'm gonna go ahead.
All right, Donna. Well, you have done quite your part today. Thank you for submitting content for the world to
Aaron had content, showed up and showed out.
I might even have one more segment of her.
Karen that showed up and showed out.
Well,
all right, Karen. Take care of yourself, lady.
All right.
All right,
Talk to
Karen.
you later. Bye, y'all.
Have a good night.
Ryan is over there cutting up. I like that color, Ryan.
Love you right back.
you working on tonight, Sheldon? Hold on, I think your mic's off. A little bit. What's that you're working on?
I started drawing this couple days ago. Man, woman, and child.
It's a really nice piece.
I'm getting into it.
So is that on canvas?
Yep. Yeah, 18 by 20 black. One of my favorite work on.
Not. I can't hear you so much. It's a little bit. Just a little bit.
All right. After I do this, I'll go off and try to go back in.
Okay. Okay. Michelle, is there a reason why you're painting on the back of your palette?
I usually clean them by painting them with a heavy gloss. And then I wait till the next day and I just peel it off, and it is so satisfying.
Yeah, I totally get that. So, Pancho, tell us a little bit about what you're doing right now.
No big explanation. I'm just doing a sketch to see if I can fit a figure inside of here. Very spontaneous.
Sheldon, that looks like a really interesting piece.
Thank you. Yeah. Just sketched it up. Like I said, I really like this canvas. It kind of talks to me, and I try to use something that's relevant. Really trying to test my boundaries here.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well, it looks really neat.
I'm extremely cautious.
So it looks like is that like a tree trunk?
Yeah, they're like standing on a tree trunk.
Okay.
Gonna have a bit more roots coming down in the bottom. They've got I won't say a newborn, but a very young toddler. Boy, well, you know what? Let me just talk about it. They have a young boy, and there's a little bit of significance in what we see today. Now, they don't have traditional American clothes on, but we rarely see this this aspect of Black love that I'm trying to portray here, and also within that, family period, unity that they have together as they build this this legacy, this future, with the child who's be able to embrace both parents. And that doesn't really speak to my personal story that much, so that's why it's something that comes up in my art.
Okay. I'm sure several people share that story with you.
Yeah. So it's kind of one of those things we want to see more of, and for those who are able to hold on to that, and that's a beautiful thing. They might like this, and someone who's working towards it might like this kind of stuff. Usually has some type of meaning or message. I don't like to give it all away all the time. I like some people to think about it, but why not? This is the time where I'm allowed to do that and talk about it.
Right.
Why not share, be open about it, say what I feel.
Well, I think it's a really nice piece. Make sure you're taking pictures, photographs, and sending them to Pancho so he can add them to your.
Yeah, I almost got some up today, but I went in and started editing, so. See, with live footage, we don't have that opportunity to edit.
No, you don't. There's no editing.
Second guess what's going on. So
that's right. It's when it's live, it's live.
Right. Now,
all right. Well, I'm looking. Huh?
Are these sessions recorded also, or?
Yeah. Yeah, they are.
Sounds good.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing what comes of it.
Yeah, I'm gonna push a little bit of color into this. It's not gonna just be I've been working with this color palette with gold and black and stuff for quite some time. This past week, so I'm trying to push a little bit of color back into it because we need that liveliness. But thank you for asking and prompting me to get into it.
Well, it seems that everybody is on the groove tonight. We are closing in on the 5 hour mark.
Yes, we are.
So we are about to start signing off. Hey, Sheldon, can you spin your piece around so whoever's watching can see it? Very nice.
Mm-hmm.
Very nice. And Michelle, what's happening with you? Wow. That is really coming along.
Mm-hmm. Is she talking?
Oh.
That's right. We got you.
I always like adding the light behind the ear because it makes it glow.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Very, very nice.
So is that like a forest scene?
Yeah, it's supposed to be kind of like a fall forest with the yellow. I wanted to play with trying a monotone color scheme for the most part because I don't normally do that.
Okay.
Very nice. Well, Michelle, you put in a long night tonight.
She sure did.
We will be checking you out tomorrow and see what you got to offer.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Start sending some videos.
I will, yes.
It's all right. Michelle is doing really well sitting there painting.
Right.
Maybe I'll do something on fur. I had videotaped myself for one of them, and I ended up accidentally taking a time lapse. My lovely 25-minute video.
Yeah. Well, that can be a surprise when you got that time lapse running and you only get 20 seconds.
Yeah. No, I was like, in the future, I was like, I should just run it as a video, and you can always speed it up, but you cannot slow a time lapse down.
Exactly. The secret to the time lapse is setting it and forgetting it.
Mm-hmm. I do like that aspect.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But I think I'll sign off. Have a great night.
All right, Michelle. Take care.
See you tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
And we are down to my main man, Sheldon. He's always holding down the late shift. Sheldon, how things shaping up for you?
I think Sheldon let the hair out today.
Oh. Yeah, I didn't think you could see all that. It don't make sense for me to be all hot and uncomfortable. It is what it is.
That's right. Sheldon, brother, you the only person I know up in this here that can paint in white.
I did this for Poncho.
Well, hey man, I'm impressed.
No.
Now you're gonna make me go dig out my off-white suit.
Uh-oh. Don't hurt him with the linen.
I have paint all over the sleeves.
Like I said, I'm being very, very cautious.
Well, you got your flow, brother, for sure. Because I could not do that.
Mm-hmm. I know. Sheldon is always he's our dress to the nines artist.
That's right.
He definitely gets he gets that award. Dress to the nines, Sheldon.
Well, if you get some paint on your clothes, you just roll with it and paint on it.
Oh, I did something like that today. You'll see me wearing it tomorrow.
Okay, all
right.
right.
Is it the shoes or what?
I got shoes and I got my paint shirt needed some help. So I just palette nice some colors on it, and it should be popping fresh for tomorrow.
I know. I couldn't find. I was looking for my paint shirt today.
All right, brother Sheldon, you have a good night, man. We will check you out tomorrow.
Thank you very much. I'll keep looking at this, and hopefully it'll be done by tomorrow.
All right, man.
Don't forget to take pictures.
Have a good night. All right, Miss Cutler, it's about time for us to wind it down.
I know. We have been.
Did you do any work today? Yeah, I think I saw you.
I did do some work today, but you was playing a video. You was playing a video throughout mine.
I think I saw you working in the corner one of them times.
I was doing some palette. knives. I was like, I got the Deborah Shedrick on me today.
Well, hey, we all love that palette knife. I'm going to be in that palette knife before the end of the.
No, I told her, I said,
series.
you made me dig out my palette knife.
There you go. That's what the quarantine is. It's contagious.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
All right, so we are here again tomorrow for day 12.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you all for tuning in. We are about to sign off.
Be out. All right.